Disco. All your favorites.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Hey there everyone, it's Saturday, September 10th, 2022, and this is Runway DFW, Take 2. We had a bit of a technical meltdown here. Even though it's not the hottest day that we've experienced here, my switcher just failed on me, and I had no way to put pictures in the computer. And my backup didn't work, and nothing was working, so I reset everything, and I think we're on the go. It's 92 degrees Fahrenheit here at DFW Founders Plaza, which is about, 10 degrees cooler than the hottest we've had it here. So we're going to have a go at it. We've got a couple of incoming planes we can show you by pre-recorded video, and we're here to have some fun. So hang on with us. Thank you for sticking around and for selecting Take 2 of Runway DFW. Yeah, that wasn't very much fun. You think you've got everything under control, you plug everything in and it just doesn't fire up. So that's what we're up against, and we will persevere. Now, of course, there's nothing coming in right now, so let me see if I can go to our instant replay here and show you what we weren't able to show you while we were gone. See if we've got all this here. I'm not even sure which one this is, but let's fire it up and see. Okay, that's a Singapore Airlines cargo 747 that came in. And that was a little before our scheduled start time of 3. And I think that was one of those cases where I hit the record button and thought I was hitting the play button. So, okay. Well, that's a glorious start to our broadcast today. We have an aircraft which is getting ready to take off. It's American Flight 2298 to Las Vegas. It is an Airbus A321. And it'll be our first takeoff here for you on a Saturday edition of Runway DFW. I want to thank you again for those of you who tuned in at 3 and said, "Where is that guy?" I kept getting text messages from Mrs. Runway DFW, which I could not answer because I was very busy. Trying to troubleshoot things. We are not set up in partial shade today as we were last time we were here on a Saturday afternoon, so it's full sun for us. I looked at the weather forecast before I got here and it said partly cloudy. And I'm looking around. I think the more accurate term would be mostly sunny. There are a few puffy clouds populating the sky, as you can see there, but it's pretty sunny. So let us quickly, let me make sure we're not... See what we've got coming in here. Well, let's take a look before I turn to your kind messages, or messages of venom. I don't know which to expect yet. I know our audience. You'll be kind. This is going to be American Flight 1361, a 737-800 coming in from Reno, Nevada. I have some visual aids for you in a few minutes when we have some downtime. But first, let me look at our messages. Roger Williams says, "Good afternoon from Michigan." Patrick McGlone says, "The Qantas Dreamliner is 11 minutes out, and he sent that message to us 8 minutes ago, so it's not very far away. Thank you for that alert, Patrick.
Passenger pointed out we have the wrong briefing cards, some of them. Is that cabin service that can replace the emergency briefing card?
Scott Smith says, hi, Runway DFW. Hello back to you, Scott.
Well, I'm not sure. It's quite a few. There's several of them, and yes, I don't know.
Vince Las Vegas says, top of the afternoon, Walt and Company. Good to see you here, Vince.
The ones we have are EOW extended over water, and we are not EOW.
Copy, I'll put some cards up there. Yeah. Last aircraft on.
Coming in from Fargo in the Dakotas, it's American Eagle Flight 5888, CRJ 900. We have, for your consideration, a Frontier flight. This will be an A320. It's on its way to San Francisco. So we'll shut up and listen to it whine here. It's a Trixie the Fox for you there on the tail. You know, if they were smart on board, maybe they have done this before. They should have Frontier Airline trading cards featuring their tail art. Just hand them out to passengers every time they fly. They'd be collector's items someday, I wager. We have a heavy on the way. It's American Flight 37 coming in from Madrid, a 787-9 Dreamliner. Where is it? There it is. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the wind is now shifted to from the north, which would mean if this is going to continue, we may get some a shift in our landing patterns here. We may get reverse operations. Yeah, the wind is definitely out of the north. Looking to see where that Qantas flight is. Well, we've got a We've got a Qatar Airways flight incoming from Doha in about 3 minutes. Oh, and there's the Sydney flight. That's set to arrive in 3 minutes. That doesn't make any sense because the Doha flight is in front of Sydney. So, in any rate, we'll be seeing those two in some order. Yeah, in fact, so the order looks to be we'll get Qatar flight, that'll be an A350, and the Sydney flight from Qantas coming up, that'll be a 787 Dreamliner -9.
Tower Southwest 838, visual 13 left.
And that analysis is confirmed by Damien Aquino. Thank you, Damien, who's either here or on one of those planes or is watching Flight Radar 24 or one of its competitors. I would like to take this moment to thank all of our fine members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation who are serving you this afternoon. I thank them all very much for helping out and making sure that the DFW chat room, Runway DFW chat room is a nice, safe, fun place to hang out. All right, we're about to see the Qantas plane coming in. I'm sorry, the Qatar plane coming in, so let us focus in on that, shall we? I'll pick it up after it comes past this sign. So I've got two queues coming in. Neither of which has a U after the Q. And you know what's unusual? These are two of the longest flights that DFW offers. This one I'm trying to catch it now. Well, it's zeroed out the speed of the duration of that flight. But this is I think the longest flight that DFW offers, this Qantas flight coming in now. And they've been in the air almost 15 hours.
Mark, 1 left from checkout, Mark 2120.
So off it goes to International Terminal D. As we have some more takeoffs to present. The first of which is this A319. It's going to Austin, Texas. American Flight 2128. And you see there American Airlines Flight 941, a 737-800 on its way to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Here comes American Airlines Flight 2722 off to Reno, Nevada. Didn't we see one take off for Reno just a minute ago? Whoa. Seemed a little extra jouncy, but I guess that's okay. Well, let me see what else you guys are saying here. Patrick McGlone, a couple of minutes ago, said an American 777 to Rome is pushing back now, so we'll take a look at that. Here comes United Flight 337 coming in from Denver. That's a 737-900. 13 years of age. I swear this is like deja vu. Because here comes American Airlines Flight 1670 from Albuquerque. We just saw one lift off. Now the question everyone always has is, are we going to see the big A380 today at DFW? It usually comes in on Saturdays. But I'm going to check that for you right now, because I didn't look at the schedule before we came in. And yes, Flight 193 is on its way. It's currently somewhere near Memphis, Tennessee. We'll be here in about an hour and 4 minutes, which puts it about 15 minutes behind schedule. We'll be here about 5:15. So that's good to know. We are coming to you live from DFW Founders Plaza, and there's a look at it. See that shady spot over there? That's where I was here. That's where I was last week, and it was occupado when I got here, so I had to camp out in an unshady spot. Breaker saying a Delta Airlines A320 headed to LAX is next out. I do see it over there. I think you see it now too. There it is, making the big turn. Trying to detect the wind direction. It looks like it's coming from the southeast again. It's kind of shifty today, that darn wind. So here goes Delta Flight 1041 off to the City of Angels. It's American Eagle, Embraer 175, coming in from Morelia in Mexico. And there is that Dreamliner, I believe, that's headed to Aroma. I'm trying to think if there's any other destination that's further east than Rome that American Airlines goes to, and I can't think of any off the top of my head. At least from Dallas. I had thought that Dallas, or that American was going to fire up a route to Tel Aviv, which kept getting pushed back, and I don't know what the status of that is right now. Well, it looks like before this one goes out, we're going to see a Spirit A321 rocketing off to Las Vegas. There it goes off into the wild blue yonder. And in the meantime, got the big Dreamliner making final preparations for takeoff to Italia. We have Epic Mango on board with us. Good afternoon, Epic. A-list flyer Chris, one of our great members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, says, for those curious, the Iberia A359 is scheduled to depart at 6:15. That's not 777. Is that a 7? No. Is it? Oh, it is a 777. Why did I say Dreamliner?
240 Heavy's ready.
Thank you for the correction. Marco Hinton says, I would love to see some of the American Airlines Dreamliners in the classic livery. That would be nice. And Oz Gaming, or Ozzy Gaming 9, who also does live streams here from DFW Founders Plaza, saying, hey Walt, at least the sun is going to go down eventually, right? Yes, and I guess the good thing is that the sun will be going down earlier than it did last week. I've got to abandon ship for a second because I've got to get some weights to weigh down my drapery, which is keeping our equipment cool. So hang in there for a second and I'll be right back.
Disco! Your favorites.
back. Sorry for the delay. I'll briefly show you what I'm talking about here. I've got our broadcasting facility is covered in drapery to keep the sun off of it, but the clips I had were not entirely doing the trick, so I got some weights from the car to kind of hold everything down. Okay, here goes the 777, which I earlier misidentified. It's off to Rome.
325 is clear to land. 177. 4579, Echo Mike, cross on the west and right, cutting across the cloud traffic, still in position. Got 3001, D3 tower traffic crossing on the way to the right, on the way. And 5 and I'm going. 402 DFW Tower 10208, runway 17 Pacific, clear to land. That's 177 and composer.
Look what we have over here, folks. Coming into view is the Lufthansa A340, my second favorite airplane. It's headed back to Frankfurt. It's an A340-313. This one dates back to the dawn of the 21st century, February of 2000. And I just like this plane because it's so reminiscent of the original jet age planes. You know, 4 engines. Just looks at a glance kind of like a 707 or a DC-8. Those engines seem so tiny, don't they, compared to the more modern engines on the 2-engine planes? Anyway, I dig this plane. And I think they fly this. This is one of the few destinations for an A340. Lufthansa has, I don't know, maybe 25 in their fleet. I can't remember exactly how many. And I think they've recently retired, or they're planning to, to unretire a couple of them that they've had in storage while they wait for more modern aircraft to be delivered.
Tower deck 40 visual 1 to right.
Ms. Wolves 13, the A340 is beautiful. Patrick McGlone, good looking plane right there, and Ken G is also a fan.
79, turn right heading 190, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. Break 42 parking. East American position. Break 402 at Echo Mike, full quarter runway 17 right. 17 right, that's Echo Mike, American 4. X70 heavy DFW, are you ready?
We're ready.
70 heavy, runway 17 right, on the way, cross, track.
White, 17 right, American 70 heavy.
Next 402, I'm sorry, 402, cross runway 17 right at Echo Mike, ground 65, cross full hold assist. So that's the runway right, Echo Mike, and ground another side, American 202. 45.
For the 439 heading 190.
Next 4847 DFW Tower, wind 0204, runway 17 Cynic Road Lane, caution wind turbulence, heavy 777 departs the inboard.
Nice, nice.
Clear to land 17 Center, American 2847. Go 3087 south on Mike, let me know what spot you get. American 70 heavy.
So Auf Wiedersehen, A340.
Turn left heading 160, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Base up of 2008.
Glad we could bring you that.
Mike Bravo, hold short of runway 17 right.
Herberine versus, well, I won't read the whole thing, I'll say Herobrine. What is a good luck with A340 good shot? I like that. Roger Williams says, Walt, what airline are you somewhat surprised that doesn't serve DFW? Just curious. I guess it would be less airline than country. And there's no service between here and anywhere in China. Which, I don't know, you would think one airline would provide that route. And I'd have to go back and check to see if it's ever been a part of DFW service. I imagine it has, but not since I've been keeping a close eye on things out here. We are now welcoming an American Eagle Embraer 175.
Left line Wayne, American 1948.
It is joining us from Birmingham, Alabama. Flight 3921.
4604 Hotel Sierra's with you 13 left.
And I think what you're seeing there is American Flight 1948. It's an A321. It's going to be on its way to San Francisco.
I'll double check on it. I'll keep an eye on them. They should be on their way.
I have to tell you, I'm still recovering mentally from our kind of equipment meltdown earlier. Still really not sure what happened. I had to reset our switcher, which switches all the video feeds, I've never had to do that before. But then when I did that, it changed some of the parameters that I've been accustomed to using. Like when you push a button, it switches to another camera. That wasn't working. So I do get here, and today I did get here 1 hour before broadcast, which is usually enough time, but I may have to allow a little more time next time. Because our setup has, it's gotten a little more complex since I started. We've got a Sky West, yes, a Sky West operating as
Good day, American 1948.
American Eagle.
2644 is in the visual 138.
It's off to Durango, I think. Durango, Colorado. Am I right about that? No. I am wrong. Del Rio, Texas. It's a CRJ 701ER. In the background now you hear another American Eagle flight. 3871, that's an Embraer 145 coming in from Waco. And there it is there. After a grueling, what do I say, 23-minute trip? 21-minute trip.
Tower 350 Alpha November, visual 13 left.
49.5.
Alright, you know what I got to do now? I've got to get my wide-brimmed hat, because I have a smaller hat on to accommodate headphones, but it ain't cutting it, folks. So let me dash back to the car for a second. I will get my wide-brimmed hat and I'll be back in just a minute, so hang on.
Jet 999 needs to be down, wind 0708, runway 1700, clear land.
Okay, I have been re-hatted. This is a little better. We're about to see American Airlines Flight 2596 coming in from Jackson, Mississippi, Alabama. Mississippi, I think. In fact, Jackson is where they've been having all the water problems. Their water plant broke down and Couldn't drink the water, couldn't bathe in the water. It was pretty bad.
1 right,
Coming into your view now, it's going to be American Airlines Flight 220 on its way to Amsterdam. And this is a Dreamliner 787-9. There it is.
DFW Tower, United 662, wind visual 767. United 662, DFW Tower, wind 07010.
And somebody once asked, why is the barbed wire fence so low here? It's because we're up on a ridge, very conveniently overlooking the activities of runways 18 left and 18 right.
Pick 11 on official 13 right.
So we get a nice 180-degree plus view of the activities here on the west side of the airport.
Pick clear then 13 right, pick 11.
And this plane is going to be followed up by this plane, a Viva Aerobus, which is an A321 off to Monterrey in Mexico.
Wait, no, wait, left 635 right.
It looks like the Mexico-bound jet will be headed out first. Got an incoming flight from Sacramento, California. It's American Flight 2081 on Airbus A321. There is the wide look at where we are coming to you from. And here goes the Viva Aerobus, headed south of the border on runway DFW.
American 557, DFW Tower, 17 right, line up right. 17 right, American 557.
You saw there in the foreground an American Airlines Dreamliner headed out of the hangar area here on the west side, bound for its, or one of the terminals for its next destination. A flight coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico, down on the southern tip of Baja, California. But here again is the American flight, American Dreamliner off to Amsterdam.
Southwest 2811 on the visual 13 right.
The time is 4:40 here locally in the central time zone of the U.S. And in about 35 minutes, we expect to see the British Airways flight, I think it's 192, coming in from London Heathrow. That's the daily A380 flight.
United 662, headed to Lima, cross runway 179, contact ground point 65, good day. Clear cross 179, 165, American 633. And who else is calling on? Okay, last aircraft call.
Fully laden with fuel for its transatlantic journey. It makes a leisurely liftoff.
American 16 at 58 at Echo Lima, cross runway 179, contact ground point 65. Shut about one.
I'm gonna make one of those pans I don't like to make, but we've got Volaris coming in from
Sorry, was that 11?
Guadalajara.
A little choppy, but go ahead. Run Delta 18. I see a Jefferson driver, but I don't know if he's confused. I see him on the phone.
There's an A320 coming in after a 2-hour and 10-minute flight.
For the maintenance.
That's just a 1-year-old aircraft. I can kind of tell. Maybe you can, but I need a drink of water.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
I'll attend to that shortly. Let us take a look at American Flight 633. No, I'm sorry, this is Qatar Airways. Coming in from Los Angeles. This will be a cargo flight, I think. Right? Yes.
American 10 at 09, headed to Lima, cross runway 179, contact ground point 65.
Third cross 17 out of Echo Lima, and over to ground, American 10 on today.
That's 777 arriving after almost 2 hours and a half. Plane that was built 2 years ago. The big Q, as Josh Aldrich says.
Foxtrot Juliet, visual, runway 13 left.
Roger Williams is saying here in the Detroit area we have a decent Middle East population, but there are no Middle East airlines that serve Detroit. Royal Jordanian serves Detroit, but no Emirates or Turkish Airlines. And it's also, I'm kind of curious as to, I think I've heard of American American Airlines establishing a service to India, and I know there's a large Indian population in the DFW area. And here's a shout out to the Moderation Federation from Josh Aldrich. Thank you, Josh. That's well deserved. And here they are, our team, which does such a great job of making sure this is a fun place to hang out. My thanks to all of them. And one of those moderators, A-list flyer Chris, says, but without the viewers it wouldn't be possible. Well, it is pretty symbiotic in that way. I would have to agree. I'm going to raid my water stash here. So let me turn down my mic for a second while I take a few gulps. Hang on there. That's good water. Simon Price with a question, is this airport a big one compared to others in the States? And the answer is yes, it's the second biggest in terms of land mass in the United States. Only Denver's is bigger. And it's also the second busiest airport in the world, second only to Atlanta Hartsfield. And Patrick McGlone says, cold beer. Well, Patrick, have one on me, because I am a teetotaler, so I'll just be having a water. And if I get really thirsty, I'm going to have me a Coke. I don't have any Coke here with me, Coca-Cola. That's my favorite soft drink. And even though we bring you the Pepsi plane quite regularly, in terms of Korean Airlines, or Korean Air, no Pepsi for me. Thank you.
Okay, continue Southwest 1323.
Oh, we're still looking at that Qatar cargo plane inching its way towards its cargo facility. We should be, unless it's going to stay overnight, we should be seeing Singapore Airlines cargo go out on our watch, a 747. Afsan says, I will be here to plane spot with you at 7 to 7:30 p.m. Well, I look forward to seeing you. I hope you'll stop by and say hello. Roger Williams says, have you been having to deal with the DFW sprinklers lately? Well, I haven't in the last couple of weeks since we've had some rain. I think that the airport has cut back on its sprinkling because it was getting so dry here. I think there's a real concern about having the land just become so parched here. So, but I haven't seen the sprinklers come on, but as a precaution, I have moved my position back. I used to park myself out on the grass, which is a little bit closer to the action, kind of, and also it cut back on the possibility that our shot would be photobombed by other people who are just here to see the planes. They have as much right to see them as I do. So yeah, I'm parked back away from, so I won't be impacted by the sprinklers. We can continue broadcasting if the sprinklers go off. See a plane coming in from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico under left there. There it comes. And the one that's going out, I haven't yet been able to identify it. As you can see, because it's a warm day, it's not the hottest day of the year, but because it's warm we get a lot of that heat haze, which kind of obscures our view in the heat of the day. Here's an Embraer 175. Is it a 175? Yes. And my radar shows this has no call sign, so I can't tell you what its destination is.
Got bought out, so they're landing as of today, I guess.
Back over here, let me see what we've got. Is that a Delta?
20 left, American 1483.
Is that another? Are those Delta 767s over there?
3036, that could be a Mike Bravo, hold short of the 173.
I've been seeing these over there, but I can't tell. I know we had a Delta 767 come in here. Wow, that's blurry. I'm looking at my larger screen now. But yeah, it's like an oasis over there.
Left, American 1483. Departure show 5079.
Suhas Bargov says, by the way, how special can you make the British Airways A380 capture today? Well, I'll do the best I can. A-list flyer Chris says it looks like Amarillo. But yeah, these planes are parked over at the where Terminal F is planned to be built, and we might get into that a little later. And I guess the Buccaneers are in town for a game with the Cowboys. So yeah, those are probably charter planes. Roger says, I appreciate this live stream. My brother lives in Louisville, and I love Founders Plaza, but haven't made my way down there this year. Well, it'll be a nice evening, I think.
American 1483.
And Chris says Delta snuck in another 767-400 on the east side, courtesy of Tampa Bay.
Left base, 13 right.
Damian Aquino says, how busy is Founders Plaza currently? Is the parking lot full? Well, let's take a look. We have the technology to... Oh, wow. I haven't even looked. I've been so focused in on what we're doing here. I haven't looked recently at what's going on. But there is the crowd, and you can see they're occupying about every inch of shade that's available by that canopy there. And the parking lot is, yeah, it's almost full. And I don't know why the A380 comes in every day, but oh, well, let's see these people over here. Wave. There you go. It'll take about 30 seconds for the shot to come through. Yeah, let's get on YouTube here. Now you can wave, and then you won't see it there until about 30 seconds later. Okay, thank you. See, we made somebody happy today. On international TV,
7791,
or at least international streaming.
on Amtrak, runway 17
Alright, what have we got going here, folks? Well, we've got a London-bound flight in terms of this, which is American Airlines Flight 20 off to London Heathrow, 777. And we're about 20 minutes away now from the arrival of the A380. Scheduled to come in about 5:15. And that London-bound flight is headed off to the east side of the airport, as occasionally happens. So we won't get to see it lift off in front of us. But the incoming London flight from British Airways on the A380, we will be seeing it right in front of us, because this is where it comes in. Here goes an American Airlines A319 off to McAllen, Texas, in the southern part of the state, the far south part of the state. So there's quite a crowd here today, not approaching yet the level of activity that we saw the first day that the A380 returned to DFW after a couple of years of absence, after Qantas suspended its service from Sydney during the pandemic. Comes a little Spirit A319 over the bridge. Oh, sorry, it's an A320. My apologies.
American 2989, RNAV 2 trucks, runway 17 for takeoff. RNAV trucks, 17 for takeoff, 1463 DFW returning, 178, line up delay. That's right, American 1463.
So we've got a few minutes between arrivals and departures. Take another look at the crowd here. Agnieszka. Angzika? Don't know. I am right near you. So hello, wherever you may be. Good to see you. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Josh Aldrich says 1 week from now, I will be getting on an Airbus A380. Whoa. Mr. Tank 2010 says, hey Walt, just wanted to check in and want to say that my mom was traveling today to Phoenix and she flew on an ERJ 145 and an A321 Neo. Suhas Bargao says, thank you. Shout out to you for a wonderful live stream. Hope to see you one day at the Marriott. There is only one near to DFW and live stream from there. It's on my list. If you know anybody out there, if you know anybody at the Marriott who's got a connection, let me know at runwaydfw@gmail.com. Alsan says, please be careful as you are plane spotting. It's too hot. Well, it's almost cool compared to how it has been in the past. In the sun, it's about 100 degrees. In the shade, it's in the probably low 90s. And Afsan asks, why is Founders Plaza so crowded? I don't know, really. I mean, we get a pretty good crowd here on a Saturday, but it seems like there's more than usual today, so maybe there's something going on that I don't know about. If any of you know about it, let me know. And we get a hello from Austin Swafford. Hello, how are you today? I'm a little bit warm, but otherwise A-OK here at Runway DFW, where it's just before the hour, so let's reintroduce ourselves. Just after the hour, I should say.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
So that just lets you know who we are and where we are, and this is what date it is, Saturday, September 10th, 2022, if you're watching via recorded YouTube stream. But we are live on that date at the time in the upper right-hand corner, Central Time, and we are awaiting now the arrival of the British Airways A380 Super Jumbo Apartment Building Jet, which will be here in just about 10 minutes or so. So hang out with us here for more great action on Runway DFW. Not my smoothest transition, I must say. Bill Platt says, we need a black and white stream one day with a static filter and Ted Stryker commenting. Yeah, my wife says I should wear like a fedora hat with a little card in it that says press, smoking a cigarette. But one of these days I'll have to go back into one of my television history books and grab a few pictures of
Well, you know about the general emergency on the 380 coming in?
No,
Do you know anything?
I don't.
He was, Trevor showed.
I get notifications when planes get general emergencies, and the A380 got one.
Wow. I don't know how much of that you could hear. Is it diverted? No, it's on the way. Well, one of our folks here, oh, you're fine. A young lad next to us said that he had received information that there was some notification of a general emergency aboard the A380, which is coming in. I don't have any confirmation of that. I haven't seen it on the flight radar. So it should be here shortly in any event. I certainly haven't seen any indication of emergency vehicles, lining up along the runway. So I don't intend to panic anybody about anything. So we'll be here for its arrival. But typically if there is some sort of a mechanical emergency of some sort, there would be preparations being made, I would think, for emergency vehicles in the vicinity. Simon Price says, thank you for information. I'm a newbie to the American airports. Must admit they have some lovely liveries that we don't see in the UK. And vice versa, which is why I'm always so happy to be able to tune into other streams on other channels from different airports around the country and around the world. The wind has shifted again. Seems to be coming out of the west-northwest. So it's been all over the place this afternoon. And I'll tell you, if I can, what we just saw there by way of post-announcement. That was American Flight 1614 coming in from Kansas City, a 737-800. The A380 now very close to my house, which is about 40 miles away from here. We have, let's see here, that's sitting there, that's going up there, looks to be the next one out. This is headed to Mexico City, this A319 minibus. American Flight 20, I can't read it on my screen. The sun is behind us now, which gives us very good pictures of the aircraft. They're very well lit, very sharp, but plays havoc on our view screens here. This is about the time my iPad gives up the ghost. It just gets too hot. Next out of the gate, looks like this A321 off to Denver. Had to move over and make sure I was punched to the right camera. I think the A380 is now just about, it's either the second or the third inbound aircraft. And I don't know, maybe there's some additional interest in the A380 due to the events in Great Britain, the death of Queen Elizabeth. I don't know. So it looks like we've got a flight coming in from, let me see here, let me calculate here. This flight that you're about to see go through the skies, coming in from Bismarck in the Dakotas. And yeah, looks like the A380 is next. And I think I can see it. But I have to find it in the viewfinder. There it is. And right behind it is going to be an American Airlines 777 coming in from London Heathrow Airport.
American 2292 RNF 2 Sparrow. DFW Tower, wind 1004, running 17 right, minus 1. 7 on his own, final 17 there. 79 heavy DFW Tower, wind 1005, running 17 clear for the west. Clear to left, American 79 heavy. We go approach 13 up. 1317. That's here, take a visual approach for the left. Tree left continues, now it's here, take a. American 2650, you saw some similar corresponding call sign, your company 2620 is going to be right behind you. American 2650, RNF 2 truck, 21 right, take up. Well, that's say you're on the way, but I'll double check with them. American 2620, running 17 right, minus 1, wind 0B05. 17 right, 159, taxi to the exit pier, route monitor ground point 65. Oh, 2165. American 2292, contact start for you if you want. Good day, American 2292.
Looks sideways, doesn't it?
That's good. There's some time, that's it. American 2650, contact start for you.
So there you go, a plane we're always lucky to get to see after having a hiatus of this aircraft for a couple of years. Came back, I think it was July 1st was the launch of this particular service from London. Of course, British Airways had flown here previously, but they switched over to this aircraft. And in just a moment, well, we'll have to see if we can bring you the Finnair flight. It's now taxiing north, and we will hope that it comes to visit us here. Sometimes they direct it over to the east side of the airport. I'm talking about the Finnair flight to Helsinki. It's an A350. And of course there's the tail of the Speedbird. And of course we do extend our condolences to all of our friends in the UK and in the everywhere in the Commonwealth after the death of Queen Elizabeth. Here's the Finnair flight, which came in as we were setting up. I took some pictures of it, but I don't know that I have that available to show you. looks like it's making a turn over to the east side, and as we try to do, we will follow it and see if we can get it lifting off. But it will not be taking off right in front of us, regrettably. Ronnie T says, I will be flying on the Emirates A380 at the end of this month to Dubai, as I say goodbye to Saudi Arabia. Well, I wish you a pleasant trip. So that's certainly one of the aircraft on my bucket list. And Kenji is a fan of the Finnair livery, as am I. I really like that one as well. I was going to show you now, since it's not terribly busy at the moment, kind of the configuration of the airport. So here's a map. Now the Runway DFW logo is where we are, kind of on the northwest side of the airport. And all the runways are outlined in yellow, or highlighted in yellow, so that you can see there's 3 runways on the west side where we are. We are overlooking runways 18 left and 18 right. To the left of us on the map is runway 13 right, which we don't get to see from here. There's too many buildings in the way. Then you can see over on the right side of the airport are 4 runways, 3 parallel runways, 17 left, center, and right, and also, what's the designation of that other runway? I can't remember, the diagonal one. Anyway, right in the middle of the airport are the terminals, and we are overlooking terminals B and D. D is the international terminal, and then there's ACE on the east side, and E is the domestic terminal for all the other airlines other than American Airlines. So United and JetBlue and Delta and Spirit and Frontier, they all go to E unless they're an international flight, and then they'll go to D. Aside from that, all the other terminals are American Airlines. So that's a look at the terminals, and you say there's a gap there where, you know, Terminal F should be. Well, okay, back to the action. I'm looking at my thermometer. It's 91 in the shade, 91 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's getting windy again, and the wind is coming from the north again. And so, will we see reverse operations? I don't know. There there's still a lot of people hanging out here. I'm seeing if there are any. I don't think there are any empty spaces. Guess I'm glad I got here when I did. Let's see the status of that Finnair. Finnair's got a couple of spots ahead of it before it takes off, and we'll try to watch it go up from between the buildings. In the meantime, more action here on the west side. That was American Flight 2379 coming in from El Paso in West Texas. The only part of Texas that's in a different time zone. It's in the Mountain Time Zone. There you see the A380 now all tucked in Terminal D. And we will hope to see that blasting off before we sign off. Hopefully before the sun sets this time. You'll be seeing momentarily a United Airlines 737-800. There it is. That is headed to Denver. That is a 14-year-old aircraft, painted in the most current United livery. I think we're about to see that Finnair flight take off, so stand by for that. Okay, the Finnair flight is rolling, so we're going to train our camera over here on the west side of the east side of the airport. See if we can catch it blasting off into the sky. Well, you know what? It'd be nice to see that. I see it taxiing now, but we like the queens of the sky. Cargolux coming in from Anchorage. And I think you could see in the background there the Finnair flight lifting off. Now we have to give deference to the 747 here. And again, we do have a Singapore Airlines cargo 747 on the ground. And I am anticipating that we will see that head off to its next destination before we are done. So sorry we couldn't bring you that Helsinki takeoff. You're right, Darren, the 747 is becoming increasingly rare. But if you do look at something like Flight Radar 24 and just filter it for 747s, you'll see that there's a lot of them flying around. Now, most of them are cargo, as this one is. But there are just a surprising number of, we're getting a little photobomb there, surprising number of these big old jets in the sky. Now they will become increasingly rare, but we're always happy to see them. And yet when I do look back at, occasionally I'll look back at YouTube at some classic airport plane spotting from the past, like from the 70s, and you see all these planes you just never see anymore. And so I guess someday somebody will be looking at this very picture on YouTube or whatever becomes YouTube, and they'll, what happened there? Oh, somebody stood in front of our camera. So there I was making a point, and so the point was somebody else will be seeing this someday and saying, wow, it must have been pretty cool to see those big old 4-engine planes in the sky before we learn to teleport from one place to another without having to even get on an airplane. Dina Greeno says, I miss the Queen of the Skies British Airways 747s. Luckily, I got to fly on one back in 2017 before COVID hit, and they stopped flying them. One of my all-time favorites. Yeah, I guess you have to wonder if COVID had not inflicted itself upon us. If, certainly they were due to be retired, but you would think they might have endured a little longer if that hadn't been for that sudden downturn in passenger traffic because of the pandemic. Simon Price says 747, best plane in my opinion. Certainly not the most technologically advanced, but I don't know, I would vote for it as being perhaps the most distinctive of the passenger planes that are flying right now. Now I guess you could make an argument for the A380, but it doesn't seem as the A380 doesn't seem to have the elegance of a 747. Simon Price says he used to love the old TriStar, the L1011, which Edward R. says. And Michael K. says that's a great shot of that 747. And there's an American Airlines plane behind it, which is probably on its way to the hangar. The 747 is about to make a left turn. And of course, this Cargolux has the 50th anniversary livery on it. I don't know if you saw that. We'll see it when it turns here. I don't think that's part of the Cargolux logo on all of its flights. This is a 12-year-old 747-8R7F. So I think it's going to turn. Why is it turning that way? Can't say why it turned that way, because it should have turned screen right to go to the cargo terminal. Did it miss its mark and have to make a U-turn? Did it land at the wrong airport? I don't know. It's unusual. Maybe the cargo area was full. Trying to see if there's I know there's another 747 parked back there. The Singapore Airlines one that came in earlier. I don't see it lighting up, or do I? No, I don't see that lighting up the radar. Now, I wouldn't stand in front of your camera, mister. So a puzzlement for us here at Runway DFW. Why do you think it didn't go to the cargo area? Michael K says, I love the Cargolux not without my mask 747 as well. Yeah, we saw that, I think it was last week. We've seen that a few times here. And Damien is saying there are 2 Cargolux 747s there, and I think he's referring to in the cargo area. So, and our moderator A-list flyer Chris says the other Cargolux 744 looks to be pushing back from their ramp, so I guess it's just kind of hanging loose out here. This one is waiting for the other one. So thank you for answering that question, Chris. Josh postulates that it just wants more screen time. Well, we're happy to give it some. And did our camera 2 go out? I switched to it. Not working. Camera 2 is out. Let me see what's going on over there. We need camera 2. Camera 2, where are you? You've got plenty of batteries. Okay, camera 2 is back, at least for the time being, as we have a shiny Spirit Airlines flight. Yeah, I'm not one to make predictions, but I predict this will never be painted yellow, this one. And so now we have some movement on this Cargolux plane. Is it because there's going to be another one emerging from its parking space down here? And I'm going to say yes, because that one, which is headed to, not the one on your screen there, but the one that's currently moving out of its bay, it's being pushed back now, is going to be on its way to Luxembourg. So this one repositions itself to make use of that parking space. So we may have here the rare opportunity to see a couple of queens in the same shot. If we don't have too many people standing in the way. Ah, yes. Queen versus queen. So yeah, this one does not appear to have the 50-year logo on its side. Down in front. I hate to have to get out my air horn. Just want to see these guys kind of touch noses. I don't know how close they're going to get to one another. It was about a week and a half ago. We were here in the morning, and we saw 3 747s come in sequence, which was I'd never seen before. And I thought we were in Anchorage there for a minute. But we had 2 in a row, which was a first for me. Then we had something like, some American Eagle flight, and then a third one. It was marvelous. Great shot of the 2 747s, says Dina Greeno. They're going to touch noses. Bread and butter. So there's the one that had been cooling its jets for a minute. There's some emergency vehicles now racing to the scene of something or other. This aircraft is on its way to Luxembourg, its home base. And when we were here last time, it made a U-turn and just left from this part of, just left on runway 17 left. And you can see there's some curvature here at DFW. It's not entirely flat. Winglet action.
Taxi, Charlie to the ramp, American local 821 heavy. 47 today, Cargolux 5857.
2129 copy. They said that the paperwork is showing, or from what they're showing, things that it does have everything correctly in there. Lima cross 17 right, over the ground, right, 613 today. Southwest 6522, visual 13 right. 3447 today.
Well, there's nothing like a 747 ballet to make me thirsty. Michael G. Kelly says, love those Cargolux 747s. Thanks, Walt, from Saturday in Ireland. You are welcome. Simon Price wants to know, how much closer can you get to the planes from where you are? Is where you are the limit of distance? Well, as far as DFW Founders Plaza proper, if you look over there, there's the 747, or there's one of the two UPS MD-11s which is parked there, and that's really as close to the aircraft as we can get. You can see there's some people down there, and you know, as far as being close to the action, that's as close as you can get from Founders Plaza. Now, if you wanted to venture out, we'll just pan over here. You see where that barbed wire is? Well, it is possible to walk out there to this area, and some people do, and more or less be under the flight path. Well, you can see the landing lights here. Can you see them? Yeah. And you can they are behind barbed wire, but you can wander very close to that, so essentially have planes flying directly over you. Now, I've never tried that because I can't drive my car out there, and it's really too far to haul all this gear. And I've seen the first time the A380 came out here, there were people who started to park themselves out in this area, and a police car came along and chased them away. Now, I don't see any signs that say you can't go out there, but of course you can see they've let the grass grow pretty long out in that area. So, but that's the answer, I guess. Well, not too many people wander out there. Sometimes people do. But the only time I've seen them be accosted in any way was when it was July 1st, I think it was, when the A380 made its return appearance here. Well, it's quieted down for a second, and I think that means it's time for me to have a big gulp of water. So let's put on the old extended dance mix. No, I can't do that because, once again, my iPad has overheated. So I'll just turn down my microphone, turn up the natural sound, and let you listen to the sights and sounds of DFW while I get a drink. So hang on there. Thank you.
Just to verify, Romeo 17 you are clear to land. I don't have to check marking 3 call time. Thanks, 1967. Yeah, clear to land for American 2967.
Well, I have returned. I would like to thank all our new subscribers today as we march towards our next goal. Couldn't do it without you guys, and a subscription to YouTube is free. There's no cost involved. It just helps you find us when you're looking for some great airport action, and it it helps YouTube share this channel with others who are like-minded aviation enthusiasts. So thanks for doing that. Subscribe and like. Trademark. This is American Airlines Flight 1245 and A319 on its way to Eagle, Colorado. Up there in those mountains. Those Rocky Mountains. And there's the hazy skyline of Dallas in the background. I reached for the cough button, but I realized I don't have a cough button. I have to go over to the mixer and turn down the volume. Incoming, we have American Flight 2599, a 737-800 on its way in from beautiful downtown Burbank. A 1970s reference for you all.
Takeoff 18 left, RNAV B part, American 1245.
And I always have to consider, sometimes I forget that I'm speaking to essentially an international audience, so any cultural references that are made that a U.S. audience would understand would not necessarily follow along with an international audience. So going back to see what this is. Is that Iberia? I think it is. I can't tell. It's kind of blooming there.
1245, good day.
Yes, that's Iberia. I think it's on its way from the parking area there south of Terminal D to the terminal where it will pick up some passengers. And there you can see one of the gigantic American flags, the one at the south end of the airport, at half-staff in honor of the life of Queen Elizabeth. As the wind is now coming from the northeast, or the east-northeast, I would say. Here comes an American Airlines flight from Oaxaca in Mexico, an A319. And have we entered a quiet period here? Let me see what we got here. Well, we've got an Alaska Airlines 737-9, 990ER, coming in from Seattle. In the air for 3 hours and 11 minutes, and it's about to end its halfway continental journey. Not sure I've ever seen the Alaska Airlines OneWorld livery, but there it is. It has cleared out a little bit here as far as parking spaces. There are now parking spaces available at DFW Founders Plaza if you were thinking about coming out here. The crowd has thinned. Imagine it'll pick up a little bit by dinner time. People come out here and have a bite to eat, just sit on the lawn, stretch out. Simon says, I would like to say thank you to a wonderful stream with nice people from over the pond. The bond between countries is great. Thank you for allowing me to annoy you with a question. I wish you a great day and a good night. Thank you, Simon. Always happy to have you with us. And Cal's 1136 is hearkening back to my beautiful downtown Burbank reference, but actually, to be accurate, it's a laugh-in reference. They came up with that. I think you would hear Johnny Carson also make fun of Burbank, but I believe it originated with the talented cast of an American program called Laugh-In. Korean Air 5431. Hey Walt, if you stream in the future, like 5 years later, I'll come. Well, I will do my best. Hey, who knows how long? I mean, you know, when 5 years from now, you may just be able to put something on your head and sit in a chair, and it would zoom in on all the planes, and you wouldn't have to do anything. I don't know. Somebody earlier was suggesting that we get a 360-degree camera, which would let people aim the camera themselves. And I don't know, I don't think you could zoom in very well with that. I mean, if we're really not close enough to the action for a 360-degree view, I don't think it would look very good, but something to think about. Always like to try new things. I don't have a 360-degree camera to try it with, though. Korean Air 5431 says, I'm currently 10. So it's never too early to be a plane spotter. Korean Air 5431. I'm sure you are aware of OZ Gaming 9, who is 14, who is out here regularly to do a live stream. Oh, Josh gets the reference. Sock it to me, Walt. That's another great reference to or a referral back to Laugh-In. Bill Platt, one of our great members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, says the most amazing thing about the live stream aviation world, sure there are, but a lot, but each has their own personality, approach, and background knowledge. It's like free cable TV channels for aviation. It is indeed. Brandon R214, I'm a subscriber that's sitting here live with you today in my vehicle. You are an aviation hero. Thank you, Brandon. Gee. I don't feel like I've done any. There are true heroes in the world. I am not heroic, but. And besides, it's fun to do this. And Peter chimes in, says, I've been watching at RTM Rotterdam for decades, since I was 8. I am 68 now. When the platform at RTM was empty, watching traffic inbound Amsterdam runway 6 with my binoculars. That is a great story. I'm just a little older than you, although I haven't been an active plane spotter my whole life. I've always been interested in aviation, but never had a chance to go out to the airports. My earliest memory of an airport, and there was a CRJ 900 coming in from Bloomington, Illinois, I believe. Mesa Airlines. CRJ 900ER. My earliest memory is going to what was then called, what was it called? Idlewild, is that right? Idlewild Airport in New York, now Kennedy Airport. So my earliest memory is probably about 1958 or 59. I think it was either when Alaska had just become a state, or it was not yet a state and it was still an American territory. And my dad, who worked in the insurance industry, in group life insurance, was coming back from Anchorage. And he was aboard what I believe was a TWA Constellation. What's this? This is an unusual looking aircraft. I think that's one of those planes that doesn't get tracked on radar. But anyway, to get back to my story, so we're there at Idlewild Airport, and this plane comes in, it's nighttime. And that was back in the day when you just, there was no security, you would just go out. And there were no jet bridges. There were no jets. Well, I guess that was the jet age, but this definitely was not a jet. I remember those gigantic 4 engines, and especially the 3-tailed arrangement that the Connie had. I could almost smell the smoke of the aviation, burning aviation fuel. So it's nighttime and this big plane comes rumbling in up to the gate, and they roll the stairs up, and my dad gets out, and very exciting. It was a kind of certainly a different era of air travel. 999 says, just left the observation area. Good to see you out there. Well, thank you, 999. Feel free to come by and say hello. And Keho says, I say goodbye to you for today. Many thanks for this great stream, and see you next time. I hope to see you again soon, Keho. Thank you. And we're getting a clarification of that private jet was a Gulfstream G550 from Damien. Thank you, Damien.
United 234, good afternoon, RNAV 30, runway 17 right, takeoff with 0407. RNAV 0, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff, United.
And the shadows are starting to get a little longer here. We're getting into the golden hour of plane spotting. And there is the British Airways A380, which we will be going out later this evening. With that Gulfstream taxiing in the foreground with some VIP aboard, no doubt.
Good afternoon, November 63 Romeo Papa, turning final just outside Cape 131.
Coming in from Jackson in Mississippi. Second Jackson incoming flight we've seen today. A little more than a 2-hour flight aboard that Airbus A319, American Flight 1416. Andrea Molson, we saw a Frontier Airlines flight come in just a little bit ago. One of my favorite liveries, Trixie, is my favorite Frontier livery. Trixie, I can't remember which animal that is. From Comayagua. The 3-hour flight is ending for American Flight 312. Comayagua. And of course, I know where Comayagua is. I mean, you know, I don't have to type it in on my Google to know that it's the old capital of Honduras, 80 kilometers northwest of Tegucigalpa. Everybody knows that. We say hello to American Flight 411 coming in from Austin, Texas. 737-800. Landing in 3, 2, 2.5, 1. And now comes the time of the program when we answer the question, why are there so many American Airlines flights there? And we give the same answer, because this is the home of American Airlines and American Eagle, and so that's it. They have made this their home. They have flooded the airport with aircraft, and so if you're an American fan, this is the place to be. See all those striped tails. My thermometer reads 94 degrees Fahrenheit here. So it's warm, but not as warm as it could be. Spoony G checking in from Grand Prairie. Now, those of you who are outside the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area might not know that Grand Prairie is a suburb of Dallas. Or I guess, I don't know, if you lived in Grand Prairie, you might say that Dallas is a suburb of Grand Prairie. Okay, Kenji, you're a little late to the party. I think you know the answer to that question. Peter says, London Gatwick was the home airport of British Caledonian in the 70s. And of course, here in the States, we've got Atlanta, which is the home of Delta Airlines. And I keep meaning to look up what percentage of flights that, or what percentage of traffic that Delta commands at Atlanta Hartsfield Airport. But I know it's probably pretty comparable to what Americans' level is, which is about 85% of the traffic. And Damien notes there are other American hubs as well. Miami's a pretty big one, although certainly not to the extent that it is here. And Charlotte is another big American hub. And Vivek Shiti says love from Plano, which is another suburb of Dallas. American Flight 1288, 737 coming in from Puerto Vallarta, a popular tourist destination in Mexico. We take another look now at the UPS cargo hub, which is just to the south of us. And UPS is just about, it's pretty quiet on Saturdays. I don't know if they have any overnight traffic coming in. I suspect they might, I'm not sure, but I think they all get a day off on Saturday for the most part. But when we're here on weekdays, we get a lot of UPS traffic, especially in the morning. They generally have two MD-11s going out and occasionally and we see A300s and 757s and 767s. So we get a pretty good variety over there. It's American Eagle Flight 5899 operated by Mesa Airlines. A CRJ 900ER coming in from Des Moines, Iowa. And I know you, the Runway DFW viewer, you have a thirst for regional air traffic. The smaller jets that come in and out. Well, here's American Flight 4068 coming in from Myrtle Beach in Florida, an Embraer 175. Josh Aldrich corrects me. Why did I think it was in Florida? Myrtle Beach is in South Carolina. Host saved by chat room. Thank you, Josh.
Copy that, thank you.
Been a long time since I took geography. But that's no excuse. It's a lesson to all you young people out there. Know your geography. So we've got some more plane spotters settling in, finding a nice shady spot to hang out and watch planes. Bill Platt, one of our moderators. It's a beautiful day in the Walter Hood. What is the airline? What is the airline? I think that's a callback to one of our subscribers who said that he and his wife were watching, and she referred to me as the Mr. Rogers of plane spotters. Which I took as a great compliment. For our international viewers, Mr. Rogers was a beloved children's TV host for decades here on the public broadcasting system in the U.S. So it's quite a nice thing to say.
Scouts are 104, clear takeoff line left on FB Park.
Well, here we finally have something going on, takeoff-wise.
Wait, what left American 2212?
Plane you just saw going through, headed to the left of your screen, is headed to Houston. It's American Flight 2212. And that's it there. I think we've got it punched up, yes. So it's headed to Houston Intercontinental, one of the two airports in Houston, the bigger of the two. And incoming, we've got American Flight 2221, now arriving from Querétaro in Mexico. Yeah, that would be your A319 minibus. I would credit the flight crew with a very smooth landing on that one.
That was 3104. Departure restrike 24. I dropped Alpha for 17 center. That's Alpha, do 5th track, that's the wind 0306, runway 17 center, clear to land. Clear to land, 17 center, front Delta.
And there's the Houston-bound flight in the air. Now arriving from John Wayne Airport in Santa Ana, California, American Flight 1631, 737-800.
Okay, Southwest 1716.
Our next arrival is going to be American Flight 1117. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen this destination come in. It's Kalispell, Montana. It's probably not a daily flight. But, you know, I'm going to say we're going to just turn away from that. Because we have another Queen of the Skies to share with you. This is going to be Singapore Airlines cargo. It's going to the destination of Brussels. It is a 747-412F, 19 years old, and once it turns, we'll get to see its lovely livery with the only quibble I have with the livery of the Singapore Airlines is the font that's used for the name of the airline. The font looks dated for some reason to me, but other than that, I love the livery. I love the stripe on it. We need more stripes. Don't we need more stripes, everyone, as far as livery goes? I think we do. So this will be Queen of the Skies number 3 for us, which always makes it a good day. And you add an A380 in there and it's like hitting the jackpot, at least here at DFW Airport. Okay, now look at that. Look at that font. Just looks, I don't know. You might like it.
16 Bravo.
To me, it's kind of on the order of Comic Sans. I mean, you notice a different font, but it just looks out of place. I think if they changed the font on that and left everything else the same, give it a classier look. You think about that, Singapore Airlines. I mean, I think it looked very modern at one time, but it just hasn't aged well. To me, to my eyes. Let me know what you think. And A-list flyer Chris says, those classic cheat lines are almost a thing of the past. And they are. And it's a shame. I don't know why they get rid of them. CWM McDonald says, I like it, so I may be the only one who doesn't like that font. Just nice to see these great aircraft in the late afternoon sun.
Wait, 17 right, line up and wait, American 20 blocks.
Ivan Trong says, I think a Boeing 747 when takeoff and landing looks nice. And Gebel the Rebel says, that's going to be a long flight to Singapore, but this one's going to Brussels over in Europe. Queen of the Sky says, Oguz Sengiz. I'm sure I pronounced that incorrectly. A brief intersection of a king and a queen there.
Copy that,
Those old engines just a little smoky. You don't see that too often in modern aircraft.
American 2032. Visual, runway 177. 07 Baltimore turbulence, you're following Heavy 787, runway 17 center for Dueling. Clear to land, American 2207. DFW Tower 17 center for Dueling. American 2400 on out to Sparrow, runway 17 right, close to takeoff, point turbulence for the Heavy 747 departing the other side. 17 right, RNAV to Sparrow, close to takeoff, American 2400. Turkish A3 Juliet, hold short 17 right at Echo Mike now.
So back to a little more routine aircraft activity here as another A319 heads into the sky. I think it's, no, yes. No. Yes. It's an A319 coming in. That incoming flight was from Monterey. And this one's off to I want to say Missoula, Montana. I saw MSO and I thought, is that Missoula? I thought I'd better check first. I'm getting too many things wrong recently.
Oh, standing by. No, just wondering if they were cleared. Are you guys here yet?
CWM McDonald's, is this place busy? I'm assuming that's a question without a question mark. But yeah, it's pretty busy. It's the second busiest airport in the world for passengers. So there's that. And Amari says, great vid. Thank you, Amari. There's an older plane spotter there in the foreground being helped into place. for some great late afternoon, early evening plane spotting. We are about to see the arrival there's a very young plane spotter there who has no interest in planes but is very much interested in running around, which is about what happened when I took my grandson here when he was, I don't know, 2 or maybe 2.5. He just wants to run around. This American Eagle Flight 3628 coming in from Lawton, Oklahoma, just to the north of us. It's an Embraer 145. The plane spotter is about to set up shop right in our flight path. Well, in the meantime, here goes American Airlines Flight 2522, a 737-800, off to Bozeman, Montana. So this photographer is not only setting up one camera and tripod, he's setting up 2, which is what I have, but I'm not in anybody's way. Well, guess we're going to have to give him the air horn. Hate to do this. Steve E. says, hello, Walt, from Whitesboro, Texas, which is in the Dallas metropolitan area, Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area. He says, my wife and I love your channel. Thank you. Coming in from Oklahoma City is this American Eagle flight. CRJ 700, as seen through tripods. Now see, these people are down in front, but this gentleman is, well, as I said, I don't own this place. Let me give you a wave here. There's our broadcast facility. You can see the shadow of it. It's very big, and I'm very big shadow-wise. I'll wave to you. All of our Runway DFW watchers around the world. So glad to have you with us as we observe a flight from Bozeman, Montana coming in. American Flight 1206. Guy's ready to go. Patrick McGlynn says, just go stand in front of him. Well, were it to be that easy, Patrick, we have an array of equipment here, which I cannot... Oh, he's got 3 cameras. Oh, I've got 3 cameras too. Mrs. Runway DFW says, I guess everyone has subscribed. My work is done here. CWM McDonald says, can I keep you updated on the planes coming in and out? Well, you can by the in the chat room. That's the best way, so everybody can see. I myself cannot look at the chat stream all the time. So, yeah, you're welcome to add in the comments. Just if you see a plane on the radar that's coming in, pop it in there. I try to get all the flights. I don't get all of them, though. I think it's time for another hydration break here. So let me see. We just play a little music while I get a drink, and hang on there. Back with more Runway DFW in just a second.
They're saying that things happen.
started to talk and I didn't hear myself. There you see the sun going down over DFW Airport here at DFW Founders Plaza. So stay with us as we go through the evening and we wait for the departure of the big British Airways A380. That plane just came in from Atlanta, the busiest airport in the world. Here, arriving at the second busiest airport in the world, American Flight 975, an Airbus A321. Next up, a flight from a Mexican tourist destination, Cozumel. It's American Flight 1256, a 737-800. There's my air horn. Our next departure for you folks is American Flight 810. It's an Airbus A321 off to Ontario in California. I have been informed by my executive producer, Charlene Dawkins, that our friend Kevin from Airline Videos Live is in the chat room, so if you are signed in, go say hello to him. He's the icon of American online plane spotting. I don't think anybody would stand in front of his shot. And as you may have heard, and if you haven't, I'd be happy to tell you that Kevin of Airline Videos Live is coming right here to Dallas-Fort Worth next month. So check out his channel, Airline Videos Live. He's got his big Sunday Spectacular tomorrow, which I believe starts at 9 Pacific time? No, 7 Pacific time? He'll make that clear. He's allowed to promote his channel in our chat room. So Airline Videos is greeting all of our viewers, and Kevin asked if there's any chance I can do the 3 towers, and the answer is yes. Yes, sir, I will do that for you. So hang on for a second. I'll readjust our gear. So here are the two towers we have the clearest view of. There's the east tower. In the late afternoon sun. Now we will flip over, and fortunately our fellow plane spotter is not in the way. This is the central tower. I believe it's called the central tower. Now it's my understanding that this is no longer utilized for air traffic control. So there's that for you. And our view of the west tower from our current position is going to be a little bit obscured. Because there are some obstacles in the way. But there it is for you, Kevin. So I hope that helps. I think Kevin has in mind some t-shirt designs for his visit to DFW. So I hope that helps you out. Now, our outgoing flights include this Volaris, which you're seeing come into your screen. It is off to Guadalajara. It's an A320. So I imagine the parking lot's going to be pretty full here when Kevin pays a visit. And as Kevin was saying on his broadcast the other day, this will be the first time he's ever been to DFW. I mean, not even to change planes. So I know if you are a fan of Airline Videos Live, you will circle your calendar for Kevin's visit. Give him some Lone Star hospitality. Well, that plane was off to Guadalajara. This plane is off to Mexico City. This American Airlines flight 2417. Tony Jones says I'm a fan of AVL, as I think pretty much on the stream is. Hi, Van Trong says good morning, Walt. Good morning to you. Captain Clark says, hey, from MCI, Kansas City. Connie G says, what a clear day for plane streaming. DFW weather is better than here in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't know, this summer was pretty hot. And we don't get a dry heat here in Dallas-Fort Worth either. Ooh, do I see it? I'll see it watch this plane take off, but I spotted a heritage livery. Did you? It's time to play Spot the Heritage Livery on Runway DFW. As you may know, American Airlines has a number of heritage liveries. That looks to be the Allegheny one with the, to use the Airline Videos Live term, boot the snoot. Now that's a plane coming in from Guadalajara there in the foreground. That was American Flight 387. And it looks like this one, I can't tell if it's parked or if it's waiting for a, or if it's pushed back or if it's waiting for a place to go. And it's got its lights. I thought I saw a flashing light. And the plane you saw rolling there was coming in from Vancouver, Canada. But yeah, now see, now there's a reason why planes should still have cheat lines. There's stripes across the windows. Tony Jones just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you, Tony. As did Curly Q. That's a good screen name. And I have to acknowledge something which I didn't see go by, so let me. Thank you, Michelle RS, for a $20 tip to Runway DFW. Thank you, Michelle. Also one of our moderators. There's a busy shot.
American 14 or 2465, any help? What's up left?
And Damien is saying that Allegheny is pushed back, getting ready to head to Birmingham, Alabama. So chances are it will be redirected over to the east side for takeoff, but oh well. Bill Platt says, yes, the Allegheny Airlines livery is my favorite. It's absolutely perfect.
2465, turn right there at Kilo 8, traffic hold the position, cross 17 right at Kilo 8, and contact ground point 65.
And I'm old enough to be able to say I have traveled on Allegheny Airlines. It was back in the 70s when I was going to college back and forth from Indianapolis to the New York area. So I'd get to fly in Allegheny and Piedmont, and it was my only chance to ever fly on Pan Am. It was a Pan Am 727, which I think went into Kennedy. Yeah, it went into Kennedy Airport to connect to its international flights.
17 right, clear for takeoff. RNAV for 17 right, clear for takeoff for 1764.
Patrick McGlone says, I wouldn't have found Airline Videos Live without Walt. Both great communities. Can't wait till next month. Now, I suspect the reverse is more true than your experience, Patrick, but I do know that we've seen our subscribers go up when we get a mention from Kevin, and a very kind mention indeed. So we're eternally grateful for that.
17 right, fans, guys, 35. 35 change, runway 17 right, runway 17 right, clear to land. Clear visual for runway 17 right.
And Bill Platt is letting us know that the black nose on the old aircraft was because of radar. The metal would block the radar waves, so they had to use a different material to accommodate that function.
Yankee, cross runway 18 right, and turn left onto Echo off Qatar A380 heavy. 43 did.
And one of our viewers is on the way. Afsan, in 20 to 25 minutes we'll be there. I'll look like I have a blue striped shirt and short jeans pants, so come and say hello, Afsan. We'll be happy to see you. All right, we have nothing. I was going to say we have nothing, but we don't have nothing. Because coming from behind this array of cameras is going to be a Qatar cargo plane. There you see it, kind of. It's on its way to Nagoya, Japan. This is a 777 we saw coming in earlier. Here comes an American Airlines flight from Sacramento, California.
You can show 17 center close. 18 left, Echo, Whiskey Foxtrot, we're ready for departure, Qatar A380 heavy.
An Airbus A321. A plane spotter. And a Qatar cargo 777.
387 drive. Oh yeah, do you have an estimate time of departure for the occupied Delta 3? Takeoff market 387. Sorry, let's break to the high speed.
Now you would expect this flight to have a very long run down the runway, since it's going on a trans-Pacific journey. So we've had a good mix of interesting aircraft this afternoon. 3 747s. This one coming and going. We had, of course, the A380 coming in from London, and we will see it going out. I'm not sure when the departure is scheduled for, but I would assume it's within the next hour. I think we had a dual Qatar view there. Dueling Qatars? So we have this Delta, I think it's a 767 on the move. I believe it's a charter because we don't have any regularly scheduled Delta 767. I don't think any other 767 service into this airport as far as passengers go. Not seeing that one on the radar though, so I'm assuming it's just parking down there in the future Terminal F area.
2520, 18 left line up and away.
Brandon Finley saying that aircraft came in with the Bucks, the Milwaukee Bucks.
And copy, just stand by at my frequency here. I'll try to get you guys going.
Blank registration says, "Hey Walt, I'm watching with my dad, John M. from WFAA. He doesn't chat, but I want to make sure you know he enjoys and watches religiously. He'll hear if you shout out." Well, that is so nice. John Miller. So happy to have you with us. It's been a long time, and I hope you are doing well. This is what I'm doing in old age. And John was the news director at WFAA, the TV news powerhouse here in Dallas-Fort Worth. And it is so nice to have him watching along with us. Getting busy here in the 7 o'clock hour.
American 2520, good night.
See if I can try to sort some of these planes out. Am I on that camera? No. Let me point to the right camera here. I think this is going to be American Flight 3880 on its way to Monterey in Mexico. That's an American Eagle flight, of course. That's an Embraer 175. There you saw the tail of the gigantic A380, which we'll be seeing shortly. I don't think it's turned on its radar yet. And once again, the wind appears to be coming out of the north-northeast now. Our next departure is going to be this. When I say this, I mean this. Push the button, Walt. It's an A319 American Airlines Flight 1312. Where is it going, Walt? Well, that's a very good question, viewer. So I'm not getting the answer from Flight Radar 24. The sun is mercifully almost down below the horizon, making it all the more imperative for British Airways, the British Airways A380 to push back so we can see it while it's still a little light outside. There's another Qatar flight going back to Doha. That one is. And the question is whether it will head over to the east side or not for takeoff. Let's find out.
Target 20 to the 17 right, clear to land on 007, traffic holding the pipe prior to your arrival. 671 coming up on Airways, visual 17 left. American 2671 DFW Tower, wind 070 at 7, runway 17 left, clear to land. 7 left, clear to land, American 2671. Clear for takeoff. Clear, what's the right, clear takeoff, I'm with 3994.
Oh wait, you're Runway DFW? I see that YouTube channel.
Clear right. Ready from media. At the late 17 right, American 2102.
So there's the A350. It's headed back to Doha.
There's a triple video, bro. Wait, they're live?
Yes, yeah,
We
we're live.
have some young viewers over. You can hear them chatting away in the background. So anyway, I was wondering if this plane is going to make the turn to the ramp to go to the east side of the airport. It looks like it might be doing that, which is unfortunate because we always like to see it take off from over here. It is going to take off from over here. Glorioski. Hello, you guys. You are? We're glad to have you watching. We have 3 young viewers behind us who are taking this all in. Now, I don't know why you'd be watching this on a phone when you can see it in person, but maybe they'll watch when they get home. So that American flight is on its way to Santa Ana, California, the one in the foreground. And you can see the size differential between an A350 and a 737. Jim Frey says Qatar planes are like old gold. And Michelle wants to know what is on the tail. It looks like a goat. I don't know what that is. You know, I've never really. I should do some research on that. And Gebel the Rebel says, Walt, a suggestion, put in your browser AA followed by the flight number and that will give you the flight information. And that would be, I mean, that is very helpful when you're not running 3 cameras and bouncing back to your camera to aim it and it's not near your computer, but, and in fact I do that when I'm at home. But here it's a little more difficult. If I have a little time to do some research, I can do that. We get our cockpit view. Safe travels back to Doha. But yeah, we should get. It looks like what is that? What is it called? An Ibix, something like that. I think it starts with the letter I. I may be wrong. An IBEX, IBEX. Somebody in the chat room is going to know what that is. And Josh answers Oryx, the Qatari national animal. So thank you. So I knew somebody would have the answer. Oh, Beve also had the answer. As did Capital Rebel. And Brandon Flaherty says, Walt, your opinion, do you think Southwest will start DFW service when the restrictions end in 2025? I don't know. They're, I think their pockets are deep enough that they could do that. Plane coming in over on the east side, I couldn't, it looked large. That was a diversion. Okay, that was American Flight 137 coming in from St. John's in Newfoundland? Yeah, Newfoundland. And according to Flight Radar 24, it was diverting to Dallas. It was bound for Los Angeles. It was a 777-323ER. And there's the OneWorld livery Alaska Airlines plane we saw earlier. So there's that. So, of course, we don't know what the diversion was all about. It was coming from St. John's to begin with. Wouldn't that have been a diversion, an initial diversion to St. John's? Because they don't have regular service to St. John's, do they? These are all questions that I have. I'm afraid this afternoon I have more questions for you than I have answers for you. So we've got a pile-up going on here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 planes ready to take off. There's one to the left of this Qatar plane. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 to the right of it. And they all seem to be just kind of hanging out. So we saw a diversion. We have no activity. It's a stalemate. Looks like the big Q is on the move. At least a little bit.
Copy. At the moment I have no gate, but I'll have see if they can get one that's possible here though.
And the journey to Qatar is not quite as long as the flight from here to Sydney, which Qantas operates. The Qantas flight back to Sydney, we saw it coming in earlier. Did we see it coming in? I think we did. All these days kind of blend together, but the flight to Sydney is the longest, is the 5th longest flight in the world from here.
takeoff, traffic 2 miles on it. Sarah, 17 right clear for takeoff, American 546. American 898, just in Charlie, only 17 right clear to land, 1060 at 6, traffic will hold at the 5 your arrival. 17 right.
Playing Mantis just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you, Playing Mantis. I was going to say thank you for ducking, but not sure I see this one on the radar. Maybe it's been sitting there for so long it just fell off. What we got for an N number here? N987NN. A lot of you were commenting a few weeks ago about how brown the vegetation had turned here because of the drought conditions, and here we are a couple of weeks later and some nice rain, and wow, everything's just greened up. Finally had to mow my lawn this week. Look at all those planes, Michelle says. Josh says, I did the Dallas to Sydney flight once. It was an 18-hour flight westbound. The flight was comfortable, but it was long. I can only imagine. I flew nonstop from here to Seoul and back. That was my longest flight. That was in 2016, and I just felt very lucky that I had enough advantage miles to fly, and they had a deal going so that I could fly first class, which is just marvelous.
1733, contact ground point 65.
And Michelle RS says, please check your PayPal. I will do that. And I see something here, and I would like to acknowledge it now.
I haven't heard anything about that, but I'll check your
And thank you very much to Airline Videos Live for a $10 tip. And he Kevin says, looking forward to meeting you at DFW. Thank you, Kevin. I can tell you that you've been a big inspiration to me. And I thank you and Rudy and Brad Ward for all your kind words and suggestions and help. Means a lot. There goes that OneWorld livery we saw earlier. First time I've seen that Alaska Airlines OneWorld. And we have another airline with the animal on the tail over here, which is Frontier, of course. What is that? It's Fran the Sea Lion. Can you make that out? I guess so. Fran the Sea Lion. Oh yeah, now I can see. It's another one. I'm not sure if I've seen that one before. Yeah, it's getting a bit crowded over here. And you have to wonder, well, why aren't they just taking off? And I do not know the answer. An American Eagle going out, an American Eagle coming in, the one that's coming in, which you'll see, there it is, coming in from Bentonville, Arkansas, the home of Walmart. What's that? Another Qatar plane? That's number 3. We've seen one cargo and then this one. Looks like this is coming out of the parking area to go to a gate. I'm going to guess. And there's the Qantas Dreamliner, came in earlier. That flight does not go out until about the 11 o'clock hour, if I remember correctly. So we won't be here long enough to see that, and even if we were, it would be too dark for us to show that to you. So there it is. And I did learn something on Airline Videos Live the other day, that there were 2 kind of slightly different tail design logos. I think this is the more stylized of the two. The older one has little arms on the kangaroo on the tail, and this one, I learned, does not. It's still a kangaroo, I guess, but I don't know, I guess I'm kind of favor the one with the arms. And I think I saw the tail. Yeah, there goes the Qatar jet into its holding spot there in the terminal. I thought I saw it looked as though the tail of the A380 there, the British Airways A380, was lit up, but it may just be glinting in the setting sun. Okay, planes continue. We have plane accumulation here. American Airlines flight coming in from Kansas City, flight 1618, and Airbus A319. This edition of Runway DFW is brought to you by tripods and cameras. Tripods and cameras, they get in the way of your shots, but people are allowed to use them, so tough luck for you. Tripods and cameras on Runway DFW. A little silly there. A little silliness here for you on Runway DFW. Here is that Alaska Airlines flight off to, where was that going to? Don't have an idea. Seattle. Seattle, I'm going to say. 737-900. That'd be flight number, now I lost track of it, 717. As we welcome a flight from Cancun. And my watch just informs me there's been a 7.6 magnitude earthquake in Papua New Guinea. 7.6, that is not good. So our thoughts go out to the residents of Papua New Guinea.
Onto the ramp, 722, wall expedite.
DeMarcus Black says, well, no parking tonight at Founders Plaza, so I'm going to head home. Well, sorry that is the case. Oh yeah, it is. There is no parking here tonight. I mean, there's parking, but it seems to be all taken. We'll be seeing an incoming flight from Albuquerque in the foreground. And we have British Airways Flight 192 lighting up the radar now, so should be pushing back pretty soon. We are losing our light, but we'll definitely hang out for its departure. Because isn't that what people want to see? Well, it's an American Eagle Embraer 175. You know, I'm going to bypass that. Let's look at the British Airways Speedbird on the move. Helpyor is the newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Helpyor. Damien Aquino asks, there's no parking even in the overflow lot? And I'm looking over there, and from what I can see, the answer is no. There is an overflow lot that's not exactly adjacent to the viewing area, but yeah, I see cars just circling around looking for places to go. Let's take a look.
Now we make a 1,720 coming.
So there's the overflow lot way back there, behind that young plane spotter there. And yeah, it looks to be pretty full. I don't know the reason, unless everybody just wants to see the big A380 take off. But here's another look at the Founders Plaza. There are all the cars parked along here. There weren't very many parking spots when I got here, but fortunately I was able to secure one within a few steps.
132 heavy or down to spare, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. That's correct, clear for takeoff, what's the right mark, not 32 heavy. Taking 850, DFW spare, runway 17 left, clear to land. Runway 3546, headway service, sorry, heavy 787 off, spare low.
There's a Frontier flight. It's going to be off to Denver.
2761, DFW spare, runway 17 right, line up away, got clear service, sorry, heavy 787.
Here comes an American Airlines flight from San Francisco. Let's see if we can catch it touchdown. I think we just missed it.
Departure runway 3876. Okay, 18 left, land and wait on board 3698.
Just bend our lens over here. Get a better look at Speedbird as it slowly inches out from its parking spot.
Runway 18 left, clear for takeoff on board 3698. Runway 18 left, on board 4234.
And we acknowledged you before, but Help Your just subscribed, and we thank you, Help Your. We are happy to have you as a member of the Runway DFW family.
132 heavy contact, departure today. 132 heavy departure. American 695, DFW Tower, runway 17 clear to land, over to 0907. Yeah, runway 17
Still planes backed up there.
2761, out asking spare, runway 17 right, clear to takeoff. That's spare, clear to takeoff, 17 right, American 2761.
We've got some soccer action going on here at Founders Plaza.
Park, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, on board 4234. Runway 3546, another lay off the runway there, and then taxi up the Sierra route. A50 taxi up the Sierra route.
Ocular asks, do you ever get bored of seeing planes stagnant or just being parked? Well, you know, it's, if you like aviation, you know, planes are planes. You get, when they're parked, you get a better look at them for a little while. So I am happy to just kind of sit back and take a look at planes as they wait their turn. I don't know about the passengers on those planes. They probably would like to get a going.
02, our navigating spare, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. That's the clear that clear for takeoff, 17 right. 14018, DFW tower, runway 17 right, line up away.
And Michelle RS confirms that if you're an aviation geek, you love looking at planes. Even if they're all the same paint job, I guess. Damien says there's a Beach King Air 250 holding short behind all the big airliners. We'd love to see a size comparison. Well, let's see what we can do. Damien, as we welcome Pumpkin Goober, our newest subscriber. Okay, let's see if we can find this. I can't see. It's hard for me to see. It's getting to the point now in darkness where I can see things with a camera lens that I cannot see with my eyes. And I'm not seeing the plane to which you refer, although I don't doubt that it's there somewhere. Yeah, I do see it on the radar. Oh, there it is. So, Damien, there's the plane you were referring to. All kind of by its lonesome at the north end of runway 18 left. There's the plane next to it, which looks to be an A321, I think. Yeah. I wouldn't want to get caught in the wake of that jet blast. Why are you parked there? Beach Air, Beach King, whatever it is. Well, let's see who's taking off now, shall we? This one. Now, this is a little unusual. It says it's a Delta connection operated by SkyWest Airlines, but it's painted in American Eagle colors. It says it's American Eagle Flight 3198 on its way to Santa Fe, New Mexico. There goes a Dreamliner in the background there. It's on its way across the bridge. It's on its way. Its final destination is going to be Sao Paulo, Brazil. So it's going to take off from the east side of DFW Airport. Hello to Taylor Nevels, our newest Runway DFW subscriber, and a big welcome to you, sir. There's American Flight 344, an Airbus A321, and it's off to Salt Lake City, Utah. There are those twin, it's kind of fuzzy in the afternoon haze, heat haze. Those twin Delta 767s in a holding section down there at the end of the airport, southern end. American Airlines Flight 1207, an Airbus A321 off to Tulsa, Oklahoma, is entering your shot.
1966 DFW Tower, runway 17 center, clear to land, the wind is 0709er. Right, 5 Delta.
As it says hello to Big Brother there. See if we can get a look at the king of the skies before it gets too dark here. Let me tilt down a little bit there. It's on its way to the top end of runway 18 left for takeoff back to London Heathrow.
2000, 5 Delta, third takeoff.
Ocular poses the question, any Emirates flights? We do get Emirates flights. We get one a day. I don't know if it's a daily flight though, because I haven't seen any today. This A380 is going about as fast as I've seen it taxi. Seems to always go much slower than this.
200 crossing 18 left hand, we're 18 right, cross taxi right. Good day, envoy 3772.
And A-list flyer Chris says, Emirates is usually in the morning. Yeah, it's usually, I think in the 9 o'clock hours when we usually see it come in. I don't know when it goes out.
398 DFW runway 17 center, clear to land, the wind is 07011.
And here we'll get a nice view of the 380 with Terminal D in the background.
40, 2005 Delta.
And I was counting on that aircraft getting here when I punched it up, but maybe it's slowed down a bit. Yeah, it has slowed down a bit. That's why you're not seeing it. Raptor Coaster Maniac just subscribed. A big thank you for that. Amin Farouk says, I am at the airport park. Well, hello. Glad to have you here. Glad you found a parking spot. Jim Frace says good night. Sorry to see you go before we get to say goodbye to the A380, but we understand and hope you'll come back to Runway DFW. Ocular says, how long have you been plane spotting for? Been into aviation? Well, I've always enjoyed aviation, but I've never technically done any plane spotting really until last October. And I had been watching shows online like Kevin's Airline Videos Live and Big Jet TV and the others, and I thought this is really cool. It's like a whole new thing. And so I started scanning YouTube for anybody who was streaming from Dallas-Fort Worth, and I didn't see anybody. I thought, well, let me have a go at it. So here I am. So I think our first published stream was back in last November. I came out here in October and started doing some tests. And I don't know that I've perfected it yet, but I'm a lot better at it now than I started as. And here comes the king. I think we should play that Budweiser song. Budweiser's a beer here in the U.S. They have a, I think one of their jingles was like, "Here comes the king."
1966, Echo Mike, South River, 17 right, 0.65 of the tag, good night.
So it's got to travel all the way from Terminal D up here.
963, good night.
Connie G is what a sight. Dallas Explorer wants to know how often is the A380. And we only currently have this one flight. It's a round trip to London. Comes in once a day, around 5 o'clock. Usually late by my experience. Sometimes the flights do not, sometimes they don't have a flight on the day. I think it's supposed to be a daily flight, but sometimes it just doesn't go for whatever reason. So I believe, unless I see something else of great interest on the Flight Radar 24, that this will be our last plane of the day. We mercifully won't have to turn on our night vision, so-called night vision. It's really just infrared. An infrared filter is lifted. But you think you just heard that this one's going to line up and wait. Here's our closest look that we get at the A380. As it makes the big U-turn. How'd you like to have to turn that thing around? Headed back to England, a country which is mired in sadness and appreciation for the life of Queen Elizabeth. My wife and I were in England immediately after the death of Princess Diana. So I kind of know what the sense is right at this time. So I think you saw it as the Speedbird was rolling down the runway. It encountered a queen, king and a queen. And there you see the out-of-focus tail of the Cargolux plane. We'll see if we can get you a little better shot of it here.
981 at Echo Lima, cross runway 17 right, ground 465 at the Fed.
It's dark, but it's a little better shot. It's on its way to Chicago O'Hare Airport. Now my screen, it almost looks like the tail is lit up, but in real life it doesn't.
981, just confirm Echo Lima, you can cross runway 17 right, 465 at the Fed. Runway 1HF, Cargolux, 6 overhead.
Brandon says your video quality has definitely improved in the last few months. A lot less signal freezes, and I can only chalk that up to the fine folks at T-Mobile who have apparently upped their game as far as internet access here at DFW Founders Plaza. There's the 50 years livery. And this will do it for us on this Saturday, September 10th. We'll follow this up into the sky and then we'll close things down. After kind of an aborted start, we have made it through a little more than 4 hours on this try. Our old camera just can't hold that focus at this time of the day, so I apologize to all of you. But that, I think, is going to about do it for us on this edition of Runway DFW. Well, we've had some fun this afternoon. As I said, we had kind of some technical issues for our 3 o'clock start time, but 45 minutes later everything was back and we saw a lot of cool stuff. So thank you for watching, thank you for subscribing and liking. Thank you to those who have contributed to Runway DFW financially. It helps us out a lot with our streaming expenses and equipment purchases. And we will be back soon, one day this week, during a weekday in the morning, to be announced. So click that bell to get notified when we are on the air. Thanks to all our moderators, the DFW Moderation Federation, and we'll see you next time on Runway DFW. Thanks, everybody. Happy contrails to you until we meet again.
Taxi down, 17 right, exit at Lima 3, high speed, 1482, caution,
Stay tuned for Gomer Pyle next on most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.